right. There was the option of plosives for Rosaline through the I in utilized, but unfortunately, that was missed. Apologies if my sound wasn't coming on. But I hope that has been sorted now. All right, back to the game. Plosives missed by Rosaline, and she went for BOL instead. Um, Pretty costly miss there from Rosaline. And it's back to Sophia now. Just a quick recap of the game. Sophia starting off strong with JIRB 440 points, and Rosaline having no choice but to try and balance her tiles there with BAO. Now, Sophia's next move then was pretty interesting because there was the option of KUY on the lapping BAO, but she went for the highest possible um, score she could get there, scoring Kiki for 38 points. And we saw the same pattern when she went for MOWA, leaving pretty questionable tiles, but still just going for the highest score she could go for. And the one time, Sophia was able to balance her tiles to LUAU. Next up, we saw utilize the first wing of the game come down. Meanwhile, Rosaline had been struggling with trying to balance her tiles. We saw gap and then a really horrible draw. Then Knob came down, leaving PLES, and close six could have been played on the last move. But unfortunately, that was missed, and VOL was played instead. And now the same Sophia is on fire right now as NAUNDERS. Came down for 65 points, yes. And we saw a challenge there, so that's going to be 75 points for Sophia. Right now, the scores are Sophia's 262 to Rosaline's 84. It's looking really, really bleak for Rosaline right now. And okay, we're seeing apes come down at the move there. All right, back to Sophia now, and she's having um, pretty good tiles, I believe. Yeah, CHNETTG. All right, so I'll go for Chenet there for 30 points, leaving GT. Really nice find there from Sophia. And finally, the first blank of today on Rosaline's rack, SAENES, and we're most definitely going to see a bingo on this turn. She has countless options, and all she needs to do is just take her time and just go for one. Yeah. With the last move of Chenet, she could easily put the S there and play things like passes and OSs. There are so many options on this board for a bingo. The only thing would be if Rosaline is unsure of adding an S to Chenet there. But still, there are still bingos through the I, through the T, and all that. So I believe we're going to see Rosaline take her time here. Meanwhile, Sophia has already picked really, really dangerous tiles here. We see the Z and the X. Any dangerous opening whatsoever is going to be met by some really high scoring plays from Sophia. All right, we can see Rosaline arranging a bingo here. Okay, that could be Senate, maybe. That would score 70 points. Let's see, she seems to be changing her mind. You can see Sophia, they're just crossing her arm, arms, relaxing, and um, I'm sure she feels pretty good regardless of whatever bingo is played by Rosaline. She has the tiles to punish any play there. And if this choice here from Rosaline is going to uh, most likely bite her back here because that E is opening up a hotspot for the Z on Sophia's track. But here we are seeing Sensate as the move. Still a nice find from Rosaline. Sensate scores 64 points. ZINGTRX. I'm expecting to see nothing less than 50 on this turn. In fact, Sophia could completely ignore the E in Sensate and just go for Zing that she's rightfully doing here. Personally, opening up a nine timer could be a bit dangerous. I think just zig there is still a reasonable option. There are no S's left and only one blank left. So ZIG for 50 seems kind of understandable. You could just go for TIZ atop the eight Sensate scoring 45 points. So, but once again, as I've mentioned earlier, Sophia seems to be the kind of player who could care less about um, um, maybe the leaves or the openings for the opponent, and she's pretty fixated on scoring as much possible points as she can. We saw that with Jakey move when she played Moa, and now when she's playing Zing. Yes, Zing for 56 is the highest she can score, but I think it's worth considering what you're giving back to your opponent. A nine timer there would bring the scores really, really close, and you don't as we would say, stories that touch. So, yeah, but Zinc for 56 points, leading X. I'm sure she still feels really, really good about that. The scores are Sophia's 348 to Rosalind's 166. As nearly 200 points difference. Is there any magic that Rosalind can perform to come back into this game? You can see Tony Kulu in the chat saying that's Sokoto vote be this now. Well, yeah, we can see the margin here is pretty huge, but with a nine timer open, could we be seeing any form of comeback? All right, FAH here for Rosaline, scoring 37 points, almost 40 points. That's still pretty nice. But now we see very nice tiles on Sophia's back. She has Fixer 80, and I mean, there's a 41 point option, which she's going for right now. Even 80. Yet again, the nine timer remains open with a blank on saying, I'm sure if this is, Masters players playing, Master players playing, we are going to be really wary of that. But I'm sure Sophia feels pretty comfortable, just going for our highest score once again. And back to Rosaline, Ioleity, still hasn't found the blank. But right now, she has a really sneaky play of Young and Dozing that scores 39 points. And if she can, spot that, it would really do a lot right now. Scoring 37 points in two moves is about 70 points total. So would she be able to spot that? But unfortunately, she can't, and she's going for highlight. Personally, I really like this move because you're going to assume that Sophia is going to obstruct the um, G in Zing for the nine timer, but why not just open somewhere else? I mean, you're already trailing so much, and might as well just give yourself a lot of hope here. Highlight plays out 5 tiles, and it's gives her the hope of picking that blank that's on the bag. And highlight, in fact, opens up just so many threats. You can see the EX there. Bingo there would score pretty well too. So as much as yes, the difference in scores is huge, opening up threats like this could be, helpful sometimes. Uh, we can see, unfortunately, Rosaline hasn't drawn into that blank, but still, I think highlight there was a really smart one. Okay, we see E80 as the play for Sophia, slightly obstructing the G there and scoring a lot of points too. All right, Windy PR. Very nice find there. Windy scoring 49 points. This is exactly why highlights there was such a really nice move. You're opening up a lot of threads, and now she's cashing in on those openings because Sophia didn't have the right styles to lock all of them down or punish those openings. So Windy for 49 points with take and Rosaline to 280 to Sophia's 40. And has a 130 points difference. And with a 9 timer open, it is still possible for Rosaline to catch up. So Sophia has to be really, really, really careful. Obviously, our priority has to be blocking that eye in highlights. There are 4,000 sin. You can see she's wasting no time in a picked ADICT. That's going to empty the bag, but it scores 33 points and it's no 9 timers open. Although there is still the very, very, very slim chance that you can play bingo through the G and maybe hook E80H or sorry E80S. All this is a possibility. But with the tiles that Rosaline has, it's going to be next to impossible to come up with that kind of clutch move. Move Q on Sophia's rack now. If the scores were a bit closer, maybe an out bingo and then the Q and the V on Sophia's rack um, multiplied and added to the same score could, you know, maybe make her win this game, but the gap is just way, way too much. So let's see, she has PRDGRT black. No balls on this turn here for her, and there are no tiles left in the bag. The best she could possibly do is play through the E insensate, maybe grouped or griped or graped or purged. There are no options there. She just has to play through um, a vowel already on the board. But at the same time, if she's tracking, she can see that Sophia has Q and I, and QI at top winning there is going to score a lot of points. So, or is there really anything she could do about it? Maybe bond the plan to make sure Sophia doesn't play QI boards. It's just going to be really complicated. But yeah, we're seeing now most likely go for purged there. It could be O or A, but I'm just going to assume it's U. And then it's QOOAIV. Oh, that's three O's. I mean, there's 50 points just waiting for Sophia playing QI at top windy there. Okay, are we seeing a challenge or timer is just paused to make sure the scores tally? But I can confirm from my end the score should be uh, Sophia's 443 to Rosaline's 304. I think there was a challenge there. I'm still unsure. A rushed move there from Sophia. I mean, yes, she has won this game no matter what, but going for 32 points when there's 50 points is um, a miss, if you ask me. Yes, the game is done and dusted. Sophia would definitely win this, but 50 points there would have been a really nice one for Sophia. All right, Rosaline ending the game there with RUT. Provided there was no challenge for the purged or patched or whatever it was, the final score should be Sophia's 475 to Rosalind's 324. What an incredible game this was. We saw Sophia play really, really nice, and I'm really curious to see her on stream maybe later on in this tournament. So we're seeing Rosaline played just as well too, although there were a few misses. The plosives would have been really, really tiny when she played VOL, but unfortunately that was missed. And Sophia just had the really nice styles and nice plays of Chire, Jakey, Mounders utilizing, and even Fixer too scored over 40 points. So yeah, incredible game from Sophia and still impressive play from Jocelyn nonetheless. Delta wins this round as Sophia wins this game. And make sure you stick around because round three would soon be on your screens. Once again, this is the Niger Delta Games 2026. This is the singles event for the Scrabble tournament, and we've seen Sophia just take the win here from Rosaline in the first round. For anyone who missed it, we saw Philip from Edo State clinch a win against Prestige. There's still a lot of amazing plays here to see from young players, so make sure you stick around. It's been Excel Moiwa, and I'll catch you guys very, very soon. All right, welcome to round three of the Niger Delta Games 2026. This is the singles event of the Scrabble tournament. On your screens, we have Pere from Bayelsa going against Clinton from Edo State. All right, saying really quick paper of YOWE for Pere, leaving O, Q, and A. The first blank of this round on Clinton's rack, we see YOTDUN blank. Uh, I'm unsure if they on this turn. Personally, I'm not seeing anything yet. Okay, happens to be auto dime. Should it be in Yahweh? If that would be a really nice find. 86 points for his first turn. If can find this bingo, and of course very impressive find there. Auto dying for 86 points, coming down provided the blank is A, and we can see Pere there nodding in confirmation there. It happens to so very nice first move play there from Clinton, and back to Pere there with QUAROBL. I'm sure he's happy to see the U with the Q he left earlier. And let's see what he comes up with. For anyone just joining, this is round two of the singles events of the Niger Delta Game 2026 in Edo State. It's happening live in Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City. In the last game, we had Sophia from Delta State clinch a very lovely win against Rosaline from Abia State. And I'm sure we'll be expecting nothing less from these two players on your screen. You see QUAY as the move there, scoring 32 points. And Clinton now with CONZART. I'm sure he's happy to see the Z. And if he can spot through his TROOZ, through the O in Yahweh, that scores over 40 points and be a nice find there. But if not, there are still really nice and standard options. You could just go for CZ through the U Quay. I was seeing him go for runs instead. Still a solid option there, scoring pretty well. And it's back to Pere now with BOLRONL. Not a lot of inspiring options on this turn. At best, maybe Oblon should be doing auto dime. BOBLON for 18 points to play out a lot of tile time, in hopes of going into the bag and picking better tiles. And if he wants to keep things short, he could play OBOL underneath the Z. I think he's going for an exchange. That's an interesting choice, choosing to score 0 on this turn. I think, you could have even just gone for lob, LOB atop the O, the E, and the Y, or dying, or not or dying rather. But yeah, we're seeing going for an exchange, and now we're seeing a bingo here from Clinton. Uh, okay, yeah, two Canet, I believe, is the bingo played by Clinton and a challenge there from Pere. I think Clinton here is playing really, really impressive. Two Canets for 64, but with the extra 10 points from the challenge, it's going to be 74 points. It's going to take his scores to 195 to Peru's 52. And with the exchange from Peru in the last turn, I doubt you're going to be seeing a bingo still on this turn. I just need to confirm his tiles. That's going to be OVRTONA, I believe. Yeah, two O's, VTAN. Are unfortunately no bingo replies for Peru. The best you can do is maybe play Veneto through the E in two Canet um, for 28 points, the highest you could possibly score on this turn. We can see he has spotted that and he's going for that. Clinton with really nice tiles there, EEGIMOS, no bingos right now, but he has very, very nice options if he wants to balance his tiles or score as much as possible. Oh, it's interesting to see that Pere took back the Veneto. Is he considering something else? I think you have to play out your V. Okay, he's going for just AVO instead, sacrificing a lot of points, but the leave of RONT is still understandable here. So Clinton with EEGIMOS, most likely now going to just balance his styles. He has so many options on this board. Could choose to be very defensive. He could just go with GUO at top autodyne, forming GOED and OY for 7 points, leaving EIMS. Still keeping things a bit closed. He doesn't want, you would not want to open up an easy spot for his opponent right now. And if he wants to score as many tiles as possible, or as many points as possible, rather, I could go for win, WEEN, which is 24 points through the W in Yahweh, or MESNE, booking quiz, and WE through the N in runs. That's cost 34 points. But I think most likely we're going to see him just trying to balance his styles here. There's no need to rush. He has a 123 points lead, and it's still very, very early. So just to play out tiles here, balance his rack, and hope to bingo next turn seems to be the reasonable course of action here. Okay, saying go for Woe, reasonable option there, scoring 21 points, leaving GIMES. Doesn't open up too much for his opponent, although a 6-letter play there to the triple lane is something you might want to worry about. But I mean, 6-letter words are not exactly so easy to come by. So Woe there scoring 21 points, and it's back to Pere with FOUTRI and N. No bingos for him. Still has to balance his styles, and unfortunately, not a lot of inspiring options here. Um, I doubt he could even squeeze out 30 points on this turn. At best, maybe FOU underneath of the dime for 19 points, maybe RINT. There's still a lot of ease in the bag, and even no S's has been played by either opponent. So you might hope to pick those E's, the S's, or even the black. You can see him lining up the FOU. I'm sure he's considering that, and I think it has some merit. You know, it opens up another lane there. Um, you know, for a seven-letter bingo, it is that FOU would hook OFDO and YU. That seems pretty reasonable, but we can see him still taking his time, trying to figure out if there are better options. You know, you could go for FUZE, maybe you're just scoring 16 points, leaving IURNC. He has the option of opt to OFT, so the C in Portugal. That scores 21 points, leaving IUNRT. Still understandable if you want to grab, but personally, I think I'll just go for FOU open up another spot. Okay, the same go for off to even RUIN. I think RUIN certainly isn't the best of these. This move doesn't do a lot for him. I mean, yes, it scores well, it scores 25 points, but it obstructs certain floaters. Well, let's see if it can be favorable as the game goes on. Clinton with ranges leaving M. We can see we could care less about trying to balance his style, going for the highest possible score he can get. 38 points, leaving 10. He knows there are still a lot of juices in the bag. The blank is there, the J, the K, the X, you know, a bunch of S's too. So he's not worried about burning his S right now to score 38 points and extend his lead. Is already leading now with 160 points, if my math is correct. Is 254 points to Clinton's 90. Sorry, to Pere's 97 points. So I'm sure he's feeling pretty confident about playing a six-letter word here, burning his S and going to the back. Pere now having to suffer for the choices he made in the last turn, leaving RUIN. He has picked up another I, and the rest of the tiles are not, you know, something he would be too excited about. His options are extremely limited. At best, maybe just play QUID, ADUI there, even HARIN looking to cash in on some point next turn, maybe. Um, what other options are there? We can see him lining up HUIA, or I'm not sure there is anywhere inspiring for that to be put on the board. Yes, very limited options. Maybe AHI looking ZA is something I might consider. We can see um, a bit of frustration in his face there, even with the um, face mask. Um, he's giving a sigh of relief. Sorry, a sigh there. I'm pretty sure it's not relief. So, okay. Is swapping HUI. We saw a similar swap earlier in the game, and I think it's not advisable because you're leaving ANIR, which might think it's promising, but a lot could still go wrong. It's not like you're leaving blank E and S or something. But quickly, you see Clinton play Kagu, leaving ANE, wasting no time. Kagu scores 27 points, one of the best plays he could make there. And would we finally be seeing a bingo from Peru where he has RNA and no space for the seven-letter board with the G floated? There is Virginia, drainage, and RD. So like that. So see him going for drainage for 70 points. A reading or Gardenia would probably be advisable since you're trading so much and you want to open up brackets and scores 2 points higher. But change for 70 is still understandable. I mean, what if you open up something for your opponent and then they are the first to play the 9 timer? As we can see, Clinton has very, very good rap for such. So maybe drainage here would turn out to be the wise option for Pere. Okay. With the floating R in drainage, Clinton can play the word seam free, Seamfree for 72 points. If he's unable to spot that through the D not to dine, he has means Demeans. I'm sure a lot of people are um, aware of the spelling of Demeans, but it's also Demeans. And through the D in drainage, there's also ensynced. And the last bingo, if you could spot it, would be I binge to be wide of the time. All right, it seems to miss the bingos and is going for 35 points, leaving AEE blank, which I'm sure he's still feeling pretty confident about. Pere Bell with X on the rack. Sure, we'll be hoping to do some damage with that. BROXCLT. Yeah, I believe that's what it has. Still not so many options. Maybe we would want to retain the X for next turn or just play it out now and aim for a bingo. He has options like Botox to be owing Autodyne. Seems pretty standard. CLR. And we could play calcs through the A, 2 canets. That would form lot 2, leaving OBR2. So not a lot of crazy options, but I think it might be worth considering holding on to that X for one more turn, since the I in drainage there is a hot spot for the X later on. And since the X can score so much right now, maybe you want to retain it for next turn. Just that, even at that, there are still not a lot of options for the rest of these tiles if you want to keep the X. So this is going to be a pretty difficult turn for Pere, and we see him going for crab and obstructing that hotspot for his X. But I guess he wants to retain the only vowel he has and keep the X too. All right, Clinton, wasting no time, playing Mercy 8, most likely there. And at this point, it's going to be really, really difficult for Pere to make a comeback into this game. Clinton on 382 points to Pere's 175. That is a about 200 points margin. And funny how in the last game we saw a margin as wide as this too in the game against Rosaline. Yes, Sophia from Delta had a really, really nice game there with bingos and high scoring plays. And all through the game, she was just cruising to victory. And it's seeming like a similar pattern here for Clinton, as he has a pretty solid lead here. All right, Pere with TLERX. And still, the X would not be yielding a lot of dividend for him. Mr. Abest maybe just Knox or Dextro to the D in Autodyne. Or you could go for Redux to the R in Greenwich, scoring 30 points. But he leaves LLT now. You definitely not want to be keeping 2 L's on the T. But I mean, what can you possibly do on this turn? It's really, really difficult to see how you can navigate this game here and maybe try and reduce the margin or even steal the game from Clinton. Obviously, we need a nine timer because with the remaining tiles, back to backs are seeming unlikely here. So, what exactly can he do? He still has 7 minutes on the clock. There are 31 on same tile, seven of them on Clinton's rack. So, that should be 24 tiles in the bag. Still a bit of hope, no matter how slim. Maybe Xylol would be the mood here through the Y in auto time leaving ERT. That just leaves the best possible tiles he can. Maybe hopes to bingo through the O in Abel or the W BJs and all that. So Xylo will play out both L's and the X, which is exactly what he would want on this turn. All right, the C lot was the move, and yeah, I like this play from Clinton. Shrink, scoring as much points, playing out the game as quickly as possible. Finally, might open up the fieldings for his opponents, but it scores way too well, and it seems like a really nice part to victory here. Maybe something he would have preferred would have been Monkish to the UM there, um, leaving that would have scored 45 points and opened up way less for his opponent. But shooting for 49 points seems still understandable there. Even with the reply of Helix here, Clinton is still very much poised to win this game. You can see it's turning to the J and atop the board there, the A enunciate there is going to be really, really juicy there for a J bomb. So sure Clinton is feeling pretty confident about this game. So updating the scores real quick. Felix was played for 46 points and Clinton is on 41 points to Pere 242. All right, Jedi has come down there for 8. Funny how uh, things could have even completely J from to the range for 40 points, retaining the J, and I'm sure 40 points without using the J is something you might want to consider for a second. But yeah, Jedi here for 58 points, still really, really nice here for Clinton. You can see the tiles are not so favorable for Role right now. ROLEIRA. See, it's just going for as much point as we can grab top of the board there. So roll there for 29 points, leaving AIR maybe, just maybe, one last chance for him to draw into a bingo and reduce the deficit as much as possible. See Clinton now with BFGLBID. With 3 tiles left on scene, you could choose to maybe just plump down the F somewhere, leaving GLIB for try and block the shrimp's hook any way you can. I think most likely he's going to try and block that opening and make sure that Pere doesn't have like a huge score there that would reduce the cumulative for Clinton. A very simple way to do that is just play IF, looking PI. That would still leave one tile in the bag, and that would be perfect for Clinton because even if Pere has a bingo somewhere else on the board, Clinton would still have a chance to play something and reduce the gap regardless. So you can see both players looking through the scores, trying to make sure the scores tally. But from my end, I can confirm all things being equal, Clinton should be on 489 to Pere's 271. I think this has been a really, really impressive game for Clinton. Okay, dying fine in the first move was a nice find there. And soon after finding Tukanet for 64 points, challenge then became 74 points too, was really nice. And it wasn't just about his bingo finds. I think when he played ranges for 38 points, just playing out 6 tiles, burning his S, and going into the back to play or to pick more tiles was a reasonable thought process there. And even the shrimp, even though it exposed the triple lane for shrimps, still shrimp for 49 points there, playing out a lot of tiles, and we saw it ended up being reasonable there because he came into the J that scored 58 points right after. So really nice play there from Clinton. And you're saying him go for 5 here. Maybe after tracking, it's not seeing any possible bingo for Pere from the unseen pool. And unfortunately, Pere did not even have the S to hook shrimp anyway. So yeah, 5 here would still be a advantageous play here for Clinton. Okay, I believe Clinton went, oh, sorry, Pere went for drip, scoring 28 points. And with GLIDPS, sure there are going to be a lot of scoring options for Clinton, and I believe he's going for Lisbo. Was that this? I doubt that is valid. Lisp would have been a reasonable option there for him to have played instead of this. So that would be challenged off the same mistake here from Clinton. But aside this, I think the rest of his plays have been very, very impressive to say the least. Unfortunately, still no cases to play out for Pere where he has Inia, but no space on the board for that. So he's going for IN. I had AMI to the N in shrink for 23 points. So he's going for just IN. Well, it probably wouldn't matter much. Yeah, we're seeing flips as the move from Clinton, 3 points leaving DG. And finally, I think Pere should be able to end the game with the AI left. We're seeing him go for Y for 14 points. And the final score would be Clinton's 552 to Pere's 331. A win for Edo State. We saw earlier in the game in the tournament, the first game played today was Philip Akagwe representing Edo State, who won against Prestige Archibong from Akwa Ibom. So 2 wins here on stream for Edo State, and it's been really impressive play from all players we've seen on stream. You can see a handshake there, a spirit of sportsmanship is being displayed here in the Niger Delta Games 2026. Make sure you stick around. Round 4 would be on the screen soon. I'm sure we'll most likely be seeing a game from the female category. The last game, we saw Sophia play really impressively against Rosaline from Abia State. So curious to see who would have next on stream from the female category. So make sure you stick around. I remain your commentator, Excel Oiwa, and I'll catch you soon. All right, welcome everyone to round four of the singles event. Here on your screens, we have the female players here. Roda from Idahosa going against our fellow teammate Baby of Bongo from Idahosa too. So, with the way the pairings are, there are possibilities where two players from the same state would meet against each other, and this is one of such cases. So I'm curious here to see what the Bielsa players have to offer and what we will be witnessing in this game. All right, Roda to go first. Let's see the first tiles she would be picking in this game. For anyone just joining, my name is Excel Noiva. I'll be your commentator for the Scrabble event at the Niger Delta Games 2026, happening live at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium in Benin City, Edo State. Okay, we seem to have a pattern of really fast plays here from players. FETE here is the first move for Roda, leaving IEG. There was the option of gifting. I'm guessing that must mean maybe the person who is receiving the gift. Yeah, so the gift and then the giftee. He should have scored 24 points, but I think FPT here still seems pretty reasonable if you ask me. Perhaps just the opening the F is giving back to the opponent is what I would have something against, but it's still pretty minimal here. And let's see what the PA can come up with. She has TUTEAAH. We're hoping to play what like Bahut somewhere on the board. Let's find out. Meanwhile, taking a quick look at the standings for the female category as at round three, Sophia seems to be on 3 wins and no losses so far, while Roda, who is on our screens now, is also unbeaten so far with 3 wins. So, and our opponent seems to be in sixth position with 2 wins and 1 loss. So I'm pretty excited to see what these two players have in store in this game. We've seen the move back come down as the move. All right, wasting no time. Engines, the first bingo of this round coming down from Roda. Really nice find there, wasting no time. And it was back to ABFA now with Z, and I'm sure she's happy to see that. Oh, are we seeing a challenge? Bath and Bait seems to be pretty common knowledge, but I guess it's just eluding her right now, just challenging to make sure the word is valid. So yeah, that's going to be an extra 10 points for Roda. All right. Apologies. A quick update of the scores. Engines scored 72 points, but with the extra 10 points, that'll be 82, and that will take Roda to 96 points to ABFA's 23 points. We can see she's holding on to that Z for a little longer, going for Utah, scoring, I mean, a bit low, but I'm sure she's hoping to cash in on the Z later on. So Utah scoring 15 points there. We can see Roda wasting no time going for font, leaving IRSX. Seems both players having a pattern here of retaining their high scoring tiles, hoping to cash in on it next turn. A much better option would have been KNUR looking GUR for 34 points, leading ISX. But Funk still seems like a reasonable choice here, scoring 22 points. And now, would we be seeing ABFA cashing in on the Z? Interestingly, she's okay. I saw a range lane just now, which would leave way too many clunky tiles. That would retain Z, B, and C. So I think it would be wise of her to try and play out the Z now. If not, maybe just use up the F, B, and C combination any way she can. I mean, from the last move she made of Utah, it's opened up a really nice scoring opportunity there at the top right corner of the board. So she should really be locking in on that spot for some high scoring options. You can see I range FAZE, which would already hook GE and score pretty well there. So perhaps she's unsure of the GUE hook and something understandable at this stage. It's understandable if players still doubt the three-letter word. So perhaps she's unsure of the GUE hook. But if she were, then I think right away she would have gone for something like phase. And even if she wants to keep the Z, something like phase is still, pretty standard. I can see Coin Solara Saki in the chat pointing out ZEAL, looking GUL. That would score 54 points and would, would do really nice play there to catch up to Roda since Roda is already on 8 and she's still up at 8 points. Still going for 5 instead, which retain CL. There is still some respect for the Z later on. Let's see what happens. You can see the first bank of the day on the flag. She has J1RRXTX. We've spoken about before, she can be go. I'm sure she's looking to play out the J or the X, but with the shape of the phone, it's hard to be difficult right now. This is going to be a really tricky turn for Roda because there's the obvious choice of wanting to run your blank and play REX, which is exactly what she's doing now, scoring 40 points within JRST. But I think it's a bit counterintuitive for a lot of experienced Scrabble players because you feel you would want to retain that blank to bingo later on. So maybe you're going to exchange or just slowly play out your tiles like JUT to the U in Bronc or something like that. But I think Rex for 40 points here is still impressive. It could be Rex or Rax. Quite unsure what the blank is, but I'm going to assume it's Rex. So that scores 40 points and retains the J and the S, which given the right kind of tiles, she could maybe hook funks later and maybe score a whole lot of points there. So back to ABFA now, it's EZCOLLI. Would we be seeing her eventually play out Z? Okay, she's going for Reese. If the blank was E or Rex, then she could have played Fez and something down there like ZEL, scoring 62 points. But maybe it's FA, and that option is unavailable. So we're saying I'll go for Reese, scoring 36 points, leaving EOCCL. Still, Roda has been unable to pick a vowel with the title she has. She has CRWJSTN. This greatly limits options right now on this turn, but she could still, try and play out something. There is cunt through the U in funk as an option, but I think she exchanged. Yes, I believe we saw an exchange there, just leaving JRST. I mean, she has a 52-point lead. Maybe she's just hoping that opponents, play something that will give her the opportunity to punish it later on. As you can see, she's keeping the J and the S. So the Funk's hook is still available, and I'm sure she's hoping to hook that later. But as you can see, Scrabble can be very funny. She has been unable to find any vowel. But with the Y, I think it's still something she can still navigate her way around. Y might be a consonant, but there is a way it works with other consonants itself that makes it double as a vowel sort of. So I'm sure she would figure that out when it's her turn. Back to a BFA now with COLLABE, and she has two 9-letter words available for her, one of which is a word I'm sure she pretty much knows. Through the AT at the center of the board, she could play allocated. Allocated there would score 64 points, and it would be a really impressive find if she can find it. I'm sure this is one of those cases where if someone told her there is a bingo to the 80, she would most likely find the allocated. But with those set of tiles, you're probably not even going to start bothering to look for 9-letter bingos. So we see I'll go for cola instead. This scores 21 points, leaving EDL. Okay, you're saying Roda waste no time, looking funky and playing try there for 27 points. I'm sure she was hoping to hook the funk with S or with the wide draw now. I think hooking funky instead is pretty understandable. And all hopes of bingoing has been dashed at least um, for a while right now for ABPA with the Q draw. QOLORE. Or is that two D's? I think that's two D's. Yeah. So QOLDRED there for ABPA. And at best, maybe she could play sorted through the SN engines, scoring 27 points. What this does is plays out a lot of tiles. There is still the blank concern. So maybe just maybe this would give her a chance to go into the bag and pick that blank and even any of the two U's left to accompany the Q she has. So that's one option worth considering. And there is a sneaky play here of IRED to the I in wheels. That would put FER and AXE. This scores 30 points, retains ODLQ, which is not the best of leaps, but I mean, 30 points is something she would be looking to score right now, given the difference in scores. We can see Roda on 185 to ABP is 127. So Either of those two options, or maybe just the simple solder, SOLDER, if she's unable to spot sorted. Solder scoring 24 points, leaving DQ is um, a reasonable option there. But we saw her go for what instead. I mean, I have missed the move there. Or was that an exchange? Oh, it seems players here are not, um, they certainly don't mind exchanging their tiles. So quickly, we saw JO as the move for Roda, retaining RRNS blank on that step. All right, unfortunately, still with the exchange, Ibifia was unable to find the exact styles that she would have loved to have. If there was a floating S, she would have memories, but that is not available for her on this turn. And she was unable to pick any of the last three S's left or the blank. As you can see, the blank is already with Roda. So Mom seems to be the option here for her for the move. She could play MONE too, but I think either works. If you play MONE, it creates a very, very easy underlap for the opponent. So Mom there is one option. Any play here that would score pretty well has to be underneath the jail. So there really isn't anywhere else on the board she can score over 30 points, except she could score SIMMER, SIMMER, through the S in engine. So yeah, that would be something worth considering. It has 39 points and leaves EO. So and it doesn't give back way too much for your opponent. So I think SIMMER is a move that she could have considered. But are we seeing a phony play here? Unfortunately, she's played TOI. Still perhaps rusty with the three-letter word, so it's understandable. And who knows, maybe with a bingo noun from Roda and S floating, she would eventually be able to play our memories. But nope, we're saying none as the move from Iraq or UNRRAS blank. There were just two bingo options for Roda. She had Curran, CURRANS, became TO for 60 points, and still a nine letter of urinators through the TO in try. So yeah, just playing MUR there, leaving RANS blank. I'm sure she's pretty confident about bingo next turn, especially with the fact that our opponents just played a phony. So now Roda is leading with nearly 90 points. But ABFA now still has the option to score over 30 points if she can spot moves like SIMMER or MONE. And looking at Roda's rack now with SARRED, I'm sure she's most likely going to bingo next one. It would be really difficult to miss the bingo she has there. Okay, I'm surprised that ABFA is going for just 12 points. And she could have easily scored over 30 points on in that but maybe she's worried about opening up too much for her opponent. I mean, you're down already. You might as well just go for your highest score and hope for the best. But yeah, MOIT was the move. And now with RADES, Roda has RADES blank. Roda has countless options. The highest scoring play is 33 points. So in 93 points, which is ARRIDES, ARRIDES, underneath JO. So even if she's unable to spot that, almost any bingo fits beneath the JO there and scores nearly 90 points anyway. So all Roda needs to do is take her time. She has 13 minutes and all the time in the world to try and figure out the best possible play there. So far, this has been, a slow-paced game so far. We've seen both players trying to struggle with trying to balance their tiles and all, but so far it's still been impressive play from Roda, especially spotting engines earlier in the game, and since then, even though she ran into some constant trouble, not having enough vowels on her tile, on her rack rather, but now she's been able to balance her tiles and has the perfect tiles to play almost 90 points in this turn. So I think she's going for this could be borders, it could be yarders, it could be ladders, it could be a lot of things. We can get confirmation of what the blank is. Although as usual, I'm going to take a guess and maybe just assume it's borders. That makes like a lot of sense. So yes, we're seeing a challenge there, so it definitely is rewarders, and that was going to be 99 points after the challenge. We seem to be having a pattern of, how do I put this now, games that have huge margins. In the past two games I've had on stream now, it's been nearly 200 points difference between both players, and this game, even though things started pretty close, now, Roda is on 311 points to ABVA's 139. Things aren't looking so good for ABVA right now. Okay, we're seeing a pretty nice underlapping play here, though, of EME, scoring 34 points. And now back to Roda with QUIDGW. QUIDGW. And with the Q and U combination, I'm sure she will be pleased to see those two. Not a lot of options for the Q right now. The obvious move would be like Q quite to the E in engines, scoring 34 points. But we've seen a pattern between both players here where they try to play out other tiles within the high scoring tiles they have, hoping for maybe an opening next turn or to score higher with that tile next turn. So I have a feeling here she would not play the Q, and you can see she's just going for Fed here, just plunking on the E and waiting to see if ABFA is going to open up something for her. And I think this move also maybe Roda wants to, put pressure on ABFA. You can see she has less than 7 minutes on the clock, so maybe playing fast and playing few tiles would put a lot of pressure on ABFA. I would definitely not advise the approach, but I mean, it might be a style, and let's see if it works out fine. But we are seeing one of the most common phonies you would see from inexperienced players. There is no oralize here. I can't count how many times I've played this phony myself, and I've had to learn the hard way. So unfortunately, this is going to be challenged off, and really nice there from Roda spotting the phony there. Because I mean, it sounds a bit reasonable. You might think, I realize it might be valid, but I'm sure Roda herself has, maybe played it and found the hard way. So I'm sure if feeling now too is finding out the hard way that that word is invalid. So that was challenged off, and Let's see. Roda has Quagiiw. Not quite sure what the last tally is. Okay, T. Okay, we're saying I'll go for TAW. Just trying to keep things as close and tight as possible. Still no bingos for the beefy, but I think most like these are pretty easy to make up your mind on. There are certain things we call in Scrabble stems. When you have tiles like this, SAILER plays with a lot of other tiles. So if you just play the O and go into the bag, you're like most likely going to pick a bingo next turn, especially with the fact that there are openings on the board already for 7-letter bingo. So that might be something worth considering, but we see if you go for LOC instead. I mean, AEIRS lead is not so bad, but just playing the O would increase your chances of bingoing next turn a lot better than AEIRS. Still the kill left on Roda's rack there. Still hoping for an opening she can cash in. And yet again in this turn, still not playing out the kill. But I think she must feel confident about it since she has the U and the I with it. So the chances of this being a game where she's still stuck is pretty slim. So yeah, let's see what happens. Okay. ABFA add AVELSEI, and there was no bingo for her. So she went for savers instead, scoring 39 points. Well, I think ABFA's timer is still going. She must have forgotten to click on the clock there. Hopefully, this doesn't affect the end game later on. Although, yes, Roda is most likely going to win, but for every minute ABPA exceeds the timer there, it's going to be an extra 10 points for Roda. Okay, we're seeing now finally play out the queue. I believe that's Queens scoring 24 points and gradually bringing the game to a close there. You can see ABPA slightly fidgeting there. And she has gone for adage. I guess this is why Roda was trying to play her moves really quickly just to put off pressure in the BPA. And it seems to be working, but with less than 3 minutes left, I think she could still finish this game without having to go overtime. All right, Roda taking her time now. She has WOEOIYL. And there are a ton of options for her. I think she's going for one. I mean, ideally, you would want to play out 5 tiles, 4 tiles, just try and end the game as quickly as possible. But Roda seems to want to take things really slow here. And that's if you now I'm trying to rush her move, making sure she does not go over time. Quick score update after the fight here should be Roda's 4-7 to UP is 259, about 140 points difference. Not quite the 200 points difference we've seen for like the past two games now. Still, I think it's pretty much safe to say it's Roda's game, and come back here would be next to impossible for ABP. All right, PYE was played there for 28 points. ABPA now with styles that would probably make her waste a bit of time because they don't have a lot of synergy. She has less than 2 minutes left on the clock, and I still can't seem to find what she did though. And there seems to be a bit of glitch on my end. I'll try and see if I'm not missing anything. Okay, I think Royal or um, apologies, give me a few seconds to sort out what exactly I'm saying. Or was ROI played? Okay, so it seems the full name of ROI was played, which is a bit funny to me because there is, of course, the acronym of ROI, Return of Investment. Or, I mean, ROI is not a word in Scrabble, so I'm surprised that was allowed since I know Where seems to have challenged two phone off in this game, so surprising that stayed on the board. But yeah, ROI was played. Now it's back to whether it's POLISON. She seems to be taking her time here. She has obviously a lot of time to think through this move. Oh, is she adding? She's adding the S to would EBFA now change this? I'm really curious to see. Oh, no, it was a challenge. So yeah, EBFA must have genuinely thought ROI is a word, and interesting to see an S added to that. Okay, Door, the move from EBFA for 16 points, and now it's NOLI. Roda can easily end the game playing Lion or not next to GHI. Yeah, but of course, okay, the same Lion play as the last move from Roda. I think the last few moves were a bit comical, seeing ROI play, and not just that, but an S added to it. But we can tell this has been a really interesting game. It's rare to see, not rare to say before, it's unusual, let me use that, to see Scrum games go down to 17 or 18 moves. I mean, by 10, 11, 12 moves, the game is over. But here we saw this game drag on to about 17 moves from both players. So that just shows there was a lot of short plays made, mostly from, I mean, it's not to say who played shorter words more, but yeah, overall, still pretty impressive game from Roda, and this is still going to maintain our unbeaten run in this tournament. Final scores Roda's 45, 2 UPU's 288. Next up, we'll be having round 5 on the screen soon. So be sure you grab your coffee, your popcorn, and relax and stay tuned to the channel. Round 5 of the Ndg Delta Games 2026 singles quality event will be on the screen very soon. Stay tuned. Hi everyone, welcome to round 5 of the singles event in the Niger Delta Games 2026 Scrabble tournament. On your screens we have Abel from Delta State going against Clinton from Edo State. As of round 3, these two players were topping the standings. I'm still here to see the standings for round 4, but both players were unbeaten as a pair. Super excited to see what they have in store for us in this game. We saw Clinton earlier on stream against Pere from Idahosa, and they had such a really nice game there. Yeah, with very impressive plays in that round. So super excited to see what he plays here in this round, and if Abel can stop Clinton, the Edo State player. So class seems to be the first move. Burning two S's. Not to be moved with respect, but I mean, it's a movie regardless. I guess I'll just say that. I think something like class, CLATS, seems pretty standard. But yeah, there's one for class. I think they want to show off, and back to Clinton, who wasting no time has found the first bingo of the table. I mean, this was very similar to the first move he made on stream where he had Auto Diner. He didn't waste time, playing that. Okay, seems his opponent would not be left behind. And the same bingo here. I'm still unsure what it is. I guess we'll have confirmation. It is Auto AI blank S. Auto paints. That would be the phone ID. So quick update of the scores, do table scoring 72 points, and then the 40 now. I think the opponent might have been a bit excited spotting that and thinking he's replying the bingo immediately. So he had options like auto dial to the game table or autopsia as the correct bingos there. But back to Clinton, I think he's pretty close to a bingo. I'm not just quite sure what the tiles are. That's RAN L. Okay, UNLARTS. Yes, that has to be. Just going to take his time on this one, make sure he's not missing any bingo. There are a ton of floaters on the board, and if you can, take his time through the A in B table, you can play naturals. That's the only bingo for him. On this naturals would score 62 points and would extend his lead further in this game. So would we be seeing Clinton spotting naturals? Understand? I mean, with the bingo finds we have had so far, the B table, auto die, and I think other bingos we saw play in that previous game, I think he was well poised to find this move and lock it in. He can spot it. But right now, there's just a whole lot of that's probably going to find the D, the D, the I float, and all. But we're seeing for Ali, I'm able to spot that in the white. I think even if we could not find the bingo, maybe obstructing the D's or the floaters for Abel's bingo to have been worth considering. But yeah, the single players, I mean, just playing out of care. Very quickly, Abel going for outer. There's a certain speed I've been noticing with many of the players have been saying on stream here. I mean, it's nice to be fast here, but when you're missing really nice plays because of that speed, it tends to be questionable. So back to Clinton with NONARTS here. No bingos for him, but could extend the first move of class to non-class for 30 points, leaving ARS10. Now, it would be really nice find if you can spot that. And if not, there are pretty nice plays of Toran. It beautifully overlaps the table. We have a same phony of donuts here from Clinton, and we can see they're wasting no time challenging that. I think that was an understandable try, but donut is a value. It doesn't take the S. So back to Abel now, who I'm shocked saying the tiles he has, GAWGI. I mean, how do we go from having AUT, AIA to having this now? Well, Scrabble can be funny like that. So we're saying give period, leaving WAG. So not a lot of options you could have gone for anyway. So 26 points. The scores are, oh, he's yet to commit that actually. I'm surprised if they consider anything different. I mean, why float the air and score less? I am not sure the reason behind this move. This scores considerably less. It is unsure of FOE emails. But yeah, it's Dr. Clinton now who now has the opening for his 7-letter bingo. He has non-arts and matrons, and with the GIF opening, it's like the best Kevin De Bruyne assist or something for Clinton. I believe Clinton would know the 7-letter bingo here, and maybe just because he had already phoned it down at, it would be skeptical to try the words now. Why? I mean, if he's pretty sure, then matrons and non-arts are words that you study in the stems of ART or NS or hyperability that would be most likely to have. So would he be able to spot this bingo we saw in his natural area? And now would he be missing this bingo now? Meanwhile, if there's anyone in the chat, you're rooting for Delta State or you're rooting for Edo State, be sure to leave a comment. Speed. Okay, we're back. So yeah, White was replaced for 20 points. And now Clinton with URGENES. Still very synergical, but unfortunately no bingo for him at this time. Okay, he's going for song instead. Perhaps unsure or not thinking about the waifu hook. So URGE would have been the best play there, hooking waifu. So saying go for song instead. And Abel here playing lightning fast, going for notch. I barely saw his rapid. Oh, GE blank was the rapid there. So we had OTCH, GE, and blank there. Well, he had the bingo of gotchas. It's probably the first time seeing this board. But I think there were better plays than Notch, but it's still understandable. Notch scores 30 points, even EQ blank. So yeah, personally, I would love to leave the CH combination as my favorite combination in Scrabble. But yeah, to each their own. Okay, back to Clinton now, playing with Grease. Oof, another folding here. With Grease is invalid. I'm guessing it's trying to, I would say, chance his opponents. Because when you play fast and you play confidently, it gives that illusion that, oh, this person must be very sure of the word and all that. But nah, Abel is saying, miss me with that. I know the Grease is invalid, so take that off the board. Quick score updates. Let's see with the ponies played, and I think 3 ponies have been played so far in this game. Right now, Clinton is on 126 points to Abel 98. And Abel rushing his move. I'm not sure why, but I think he could, take his time, and even if you're unable to spot a bingo, just try and balance your tiles and score as many points as you possibly can. So same going for Veg, a pretty reasonable choice. I think VEE there, or I thought waifu is better since you're leaving AGE black for Yeah, Veg still scores quite well within A than the only downside is what if you pick just vowels when you go to the back. So you have to consider all those options. So yeah, Clinton with the same rack of AEEERRS. No bingos for him. And now he has only a 6 point lead. So he needs to be very careful and maybe stop phoning as much as possible. So yeah, I think it's pretty standard. You balance your towers and in your next draw, you're most likely going to win, especially with all the openings on the board. So here you could simply go for EAR atop the WA and Y. That's cost 20 points. And it even opens up another lane for the bingo. Exactly the barrels on the stern. So be a bit of trouble here. So okay, Clinton seems to have made up his mind on what he's going to play. He's going for Erna, leaving ES. There are still two blanks on scene from his perspective. I'm sure he's trying to gun for them. You see the Z, the X, the Q, the J, the K. So still a lot of high scoring tiles left to be picked on the back. So I'm sure that's what's going through his mind playing this move. And would we be seeing a swap from Abel, or he's going to try and weather these tiles he has? He has A, trying to play anything from this rack would be a bit surprising, but we see him going for what exactly? Oh, wait, he swapped three tiles, leave in a blank or something, because if you're tracking, you'd see that there are still a couple of vowels left. So yeah, but the move has been made, and finally, Clinton with a second bingo, a valid bingo play, and it's really considering if this is valid or not. Okay, we're seeing a challenge, so that's going to be 10 extra points for Clinton, taking that move to 81 points. So, but I believe we should not a funny though. Pavines, well, maybe he's mistaking, oh, English is hard, for Pavone. So there's Pavone, yeah, I believe he has challenged what exactly this player are doing right now. Just arranged those tiles, but did not commit the move. If he pays heed, so he has a 41 point play here. The play naive, hooking AGE at the bottom left corner of the board to still like stay in the game rather than scoring zero on this turn, because he's trailing by 101 points now. If he scores zero and Clinton plays 30 points next, trying to catch up to a 130 point gap is really, really difficult. You need some crazy draws or something. So yeah, that voice just keeps on telling Abel that the word should be valid. I mean, this happens to the. I mean, for a Scrabble player, Pavine looks really well, plausible to be valid, but fortunately, it's won't. And we can see he has eventually committed the move by hitting his clock. So yeah, especially with the fact that Abel, wow, no challenge there. I'm a bit shocked because I mean, we've seen Clinton really sharp, you know, challenging ponies and all that, especially in the last game and even in this game. But now, leaving this phony is surprising to say the least. But yeah, that would score the move of FE, scoring 22 points. this player, and that would bring the scores to Abel's 220 to Clinton's 243. But we can see Clinton has the slight advantage here, not just with the lead, but the fact that he has the blank. So no bingos on this turn, but you could play the X, so you play Oxy to the Y in Jivey. CX underneath the H at the bottom left corner of the board to leave an IoT. So yeah, a couple of options here. As long as you're able to bingo, allows a 7-letter bingo on that lane. So let's see what happens. You can see Clayton here taking his time, show you on the best possible lead so that you can bingo next turn. I think text underneath H there is a no-brainer there that's still unseen. So what if Abel has enough there? I think it's pretty smart to just go there yourself and score 25 points there. Okay. Burning the blank to play exploit. Is this necessary? I mean, I get the reason behind it. You're leading with 23 points. Exploit scores for the 6 points. That extends a lead. First, Abel could have a lot of replies to that. There are no S's left, so I mean, you don't have to worry about the exploits too. There's some merits to playing this move. You're playing out as much tiles, so maybe you're going for the Q and for the Z. I would feel pretty confident that it will be very hard for me to lose the game. But without the blank now, I would need the Z. My bad. Abel seems to have made his move already. QY, meaning Abel seems to be a speedster here. In future, if he gets a whole lot better, or that I think his speed and his word power combined in future would be a really nice combo to look out for. So yeah, and there are a lot of top players in Nigeria too are just as fast, and it can be advantageous sometimes. Okay, I'm trying to play catch up here. I think Bob was played by Clinton, and already Abel has replied with King. We'll make a quick score update here. Yep, Abel is on 290 to Clinton's 323, and it is Clinton's turn. So things are still looking pretty good for Clinton at the end. And we've spotted lead for 39 points. He could have played it to Luniest for 47 points. I think that would have been worth considering, but if you want to be a bit more defensive, it's the way he did. So yeah, 39 points here seems pretty reasonable. Abel holding the move, but eventually choosing not to challenge. So at this point, is it possible for a comeback from Abel here? Is 290 points to Clinton's 362. That's about 72 points difference. So can he whip out some magic and try and win this game? And as you can see, Clinton has drawn into the Z. Okay, we're seeing Abel go for WO. At the very least, that's going to obstruct the Z from playing in that spot for a boatload of points. So, yeah, understandable move there. You see Clinton with ADEZ with over 50-point lead. It's going to be really difficult for him to lose this game. So all he needs to do is just make sure you don't play phony and make sure your opponent does not have an out bingo. Interesting to see how Abel played most of this game with just 10 minutes on his clock, and and it still has 10 minutes, 24 seconds left. With total. Okay, ZA there was the move for 35 points. Pretty smart move too because it obstructs the T in THED if there is any chance that Abel has a bingo through that T. And with the draw that Abel has, it's really, I mean, horrible to say the least. So yeah. But I think he has made his move already, or am I missing something? It seems I might have missed the move after ZA. I got that. So guessing he just plunked down the M there for 14 points. Then after Clinton played Ned, and then James was playing to finish off. Bride was played by Clinton. All right, final scores for this round. Clinton's 451 to Abel's 344. This has been quite a game from here. He still remains unbeaten in this tournament. So really impressive play there, even from Abel too. And we already have I thought we had the next players who would be upstream. All right, I'm going to take a quick look at the round four standings. Yeah, so Clinton remains unbeaten, and this would be Abel's first loss in the state. And next up, we'll be having the female category players on your stream next. So make sure you stick around and um, this tournament. This is round 7 of 10 rounds in the singles event. So a win here for Clinton would be very, very crucial going into the 3 King of the Hill games next. Philip, also from Edo State, isn't far behind. He's currently in top 10. So um, as at round 5 standings, he was on 4 wins and 1 loss. So I'm sure he's also gunning for the platform, even the gold medal at that time. It's 3 more games to go, including this. I'm sure there is still a lot of hope for Philip. You can see him shaking the towel back there, ready to begin the game. For anyone just joining, my name is Excel Muiwa. I've been your commentator so far for the games on stream. All right. I believe we have Telly there and Andy as Philip's first rack of the round. Very quickly, if there's anyone in the chat rooting for their states or you're rooting for Clinton or Philip, make sure you leave a shout out in the comments. I'll be sure to give a reply. Also engage if you're thinking of certain plays or misses that both players might have had. All right, we see Philip here taking his time. I think this is something we have not quite seen on stream here. Since the start, I've noticed a lot of players here who quickly rush their first few moves, but it's nice to see here that Clinton is taking his time before committing Delhi here. So yes, in fact, Delhi would have been a better move for in any case is unsure of that. Delhi here still seems just fine. All right, taking a look at Clinton's rack. Antedko seems a bit promising, but the chances of a bingo here are still pretty slim. You can see him taking his time, looking through if he's not missing. Most importantly, you want to think of a 4-timer. It might not be a bingo boy, a 4-timer through the L2 be worth considering. But right now, there is nothing like that for him. So he has the option of loop, YOKED through the Y intelli. And if he wants to play a bit longer, which we've noticed Clinton likes to do on stream here, he could play donkey to the Y intelli. So I have a feeling if he's able to spot donkey, he'll go for that, considering the fact that I've seen he likes to play longer. Okay, interestingly, we're seeing kindly instead. OT isn't the worst of leaves, or OTE rather isn't the worst of leaves. But I think donkey there is something Clinton would usually go for. All right, Philip, wasting no time playing dog there from the rap of DOBLANG. Um, 1 second, please. I need to sort out some technicalities here. All right, I'm back. Nice. We're seeing the first bingo from Clinton here, out by from Clinton. As usual, it's no surprise seeing Clinton locking his bingos whenever he sees them. We've had him twice on stream now. He has played amazingly well. It's no surprise he's able to see this bingo and lock it in. Outlive would have been a slightly better option, scoring 77. Wow, Outbite here, still pretty reasonable. So Philip now with a bit of pressure. He has GA. Okay, he has two N's, EGL, and two A's. The rack looks a bit promising for some really obscure words or something, but right now there are no bingos for it. So something simple like Nang or Lang seems very reasonable. Okay, the same way for Leng, which I mean it's not bad, but two A's and N is not the best of leaps to have. I think in the last time we saw Philip on stream, we had issues with balancing his styles well, and at the end of the day, you know, ended up with some duplicate tiles and it's really messed up his chances of being going. So we're seeing almost the same thing happened here. But it's fine since, I mean, if you're sure of laying guys, I'm sure of line, might as well go for the board you're sure of. So laying it is a move, and we're seeing really good draw here from Clinton, Poungps. No bingos on this turn, but I'm sure you could pick out some scores, maybe parallel to Candy, the Jenny, GNE, scoring 24 points. But knowing Clinton, at least not so well, it's what I've seen so far on stream, there might be a chance if a show of Telly's, Tellys, which plays Sponge down there, Sponge. There's also Spung. It's been pretty obvious here that Clinton is the kind of player who likes to play out as much out as he can, score as much points, and there's still two blanks on saying so many things left to be hit in the back. So if it's sure of Telly's, I'm sure he would play Sponge, but in the absence of that, there are still pretty standard options. There is Pere just next to Candy Pere, and that's exactly what it's doing. OUNS, not the best of leagues, but still could be a lot less. And exactly what the issue has been for Philip in some of the games we've seen him play. He left A and A, and now we're seeing 4 A's on his rack. So this is going to really slow down his chances of not just bingoing but even scoring well. Right now, he doesn't have a lot of options. At best, maybe a lane to the L in Telly. AL, ALT, scoring 13 points, leaving AAD is an option, but I think we're going to see a swap. Well, I think he has already laid down the tiles he wants to swap. Yeah, so he's leaving NAD and swapping the 3 A's. Pretty understandable, I guess. Personally, if I could see a lane or Aldea there, I'll probably play it. Scores right now, Clinton's 123 to Phillips 78. And Clinton has drawn into LUSIONS. I'm sure he's setting himself up to play illusions. Oh, he's going for the 9-letter delusion. So, well, it's fancy, yeah, but illusions to the E in lane scored 70 points, while this scored 62 points. So, I mean, it's impressive that he was able to spot this, but I think illusions here would have been a lot better for 70 points. Okay, Phillips Styles looking a bit more promising. NANCHE. Still no bingo though. Let me replace it quickly. Making sure I'm not making any mistakes. Oh, there are bingos to the old rather intelligence. Pranedon and Methadone. Those are words I'm not so familiar with. So would really be able to spot these bingos. Right now, 80 points bingo would be really crucial because that would take scores to 150 and reduce the gap to about bingo if we can. And in the absence of that, maybe just going for moves like handsets to the S in delusion. The first S, that would make a 4 times of that if it's really fixated on second M and second S in delusion. Could play words like march or manners and all that. This score 40 points more, about 42 points for those plays. So whether he's able to find his bingo or the 4 timer, I think he should be able to be on the double letter score. The whole score is going to be triple. So for 42 points, I think that's pretty good. There's still two blanks on 10. So maybe um, luck could shine on Philip later on in this game. You can see he's taking his time. He has a feeling that there has to be something here. And in fact, there is that O for Panedon or Methadone. Taking his time. I'm guessing it's the kind of player who doesn't endlessly shuffle his tiles. Because if I were in his shoes, I would be racking and racking and racking. And there's actually a lot to consider. There's the I float, the U float, the S, O, the E. So what's the best move could be? Because even after you decided, oh, I can't see the bingo, then what are you going to play? So there's a whole lot of consideration here. Play to the S, the last S in diligence, or if you can spot the 4-timer handset. That's what Clinton has. There is a chance that for 80 points or something, there is not taken. So it's around 7 of the male singles events in the Scrabble tournament at the Niger Delta Games 2026, happening live in Ogbemudia Stadium, Benin City, Edo State. Find answered, but played it at the wrong spot. I mean, yes, this still scores really well, but if he had played it to the second S, he would have scored 44 points. But still, the A there would most likely yield back a J bomb for King, would score. Oh, he's going for a G. Makes sense. Leaving FERX. So G would score 58 points. And I mean, at this point, Clinton's lead is just getting wider and wider. But personally, I think I would have just gone for JA, leaving it seems really synergic than just FERX. Because if you're leaving FERX and you're going to the bad and just pick consonants, then it's going to be a bit of trouble. But yeah, RG still for 58 points seems pretty reasonable. And Philip wasting no time saying as no bingos on that rack, scoring for move there, scoring 28 points. And Clinton's rack right now is full of really, really nice styles. He has the F, X, ERQV, and the blank. I mean, the X was dangerous enough already, but there for Clinton points, leaving QV blank is the Lips 139. Philip now has RERAGIN, where right now there is only one floater in Nalia, GNARLIER for 61 points. So obviously, I'm sure he knows 7-letter bingo, so he has to really lock in on that floating L. I mean, looking at Clinton's rack, at it now, QASIVZ for the Z bomb, and you still have the Q, the S, and the blank. So it's looking pretty good here for Clinton. So Wrangler was working that move. This would be a really costly miss here for 40 or Philip. Uh, I'm actually not surprised that Clinton would make this move. He's the type of player, as I've mentioned, that would play out as much stars as he can, try and score as much points as he can, and just move on to the next move. So Kwasa here scoring 62 points, leaving VZ. As long as he picks the E or something, he could easily come back to play ZEA for another 50 points plus. So things are looking pretty good here, especially with the foley played by Philip, and that gives right now Clinton their games um, best moves and just trying to accumulate as much margin as possible. So right now, careful not to try what is on shelf. So in the case where he has even spotted Nalia, there would be that doubt. But the thing with this move is, I mean, it would be very unlikely that you're going to block the L float, but I guess you could bank in on the L float to be good, and even the S could be a floater in some cases. Well, you could see Clinton could kill pretty nice for 35 points. There was the option of Zupa next to MOW. That would form pod and awoke, and expose a Z bomb for about 60 or 70 points. So yeah, retaining the Z here is still understandable. AIGER. Yeah, you had the bingo to the L Gainia, very simple. Okay, Clinton sitting on really good tiles there. Fine, might have two U's, but okay, we see him being patient, just finding the tiles he wishes he has, set of tiles he has. First, he could try to reduce the deficit, although there is still one blank on sale. So before now, if you had played game here and gone into the game, but right now, with the fact that it has to balance, and you can see him going for GAT, scoring just 8 points, score just 6 points. Well, there's still the S, okay? Clinton has ZESERA. Oh, it seems he has made his move already. Sorry, there is still the blank on Sen. So I know he's setting up for his S for Sarah, but what if Philip has the blank and then so it's just a bit unnecessary. Just simply block off the port opening or block the S and deletion tile. So right back to Philip now. He has Ravigo through the B in out by. So I mean, lucky 10. That scores 72 points. So right now, with 72 points still, do a lot to reduce the margin rather than having to balance your towers again or something. I mean, if it's unable to spot the 72 points play, then every other option is about like 22 points or 50 by here, where Clinton might even win the game with almost 300 points difference. Okay, we're seeing going for just enter the 200 points for Philly. Wow, Clinton was 39 points, leaving EBF. I'm seeing end of the game, I'm sure it will draw a dome and all that. So let's see if Philly beats Clinton in the finals balance tiles or anything. Just playing out 4 tiles there, leaves not the best of draws. RIEEIAR. What hope is there? Right now, he's trading by 245 points, and relative differences just so wide apart. Haley, so and the ERI. Okay, Clinton is scoring 40 points. It's 3 hours left for and straightforward. We saw him then just now in phase 100 of the game, bringing the final scores to Clinton's 540 to Phillips 269, almost 300 days chance points. So for